Hello. Good day, everyone. It's another day, another stream. Another day of comic work, probably. We hope. Pray for less distractions. I'm actually starting off with one distraction. Off to a bad start. But yeah, hey ho! Good day. Hope everyone's having a great morning. It is Thursday. It is Thursday. That means nothing in particular other than it is a work day, and so work shall be had. Let's get to it. I got this page here just for show. It is pretty much completely sketched. Has all the characters acting. I don't think I will be inking this one just yet, because I think I will be starting off with fine sketching the next page. For me, inking is sort of my favorite part. And with that, it's usually what I prefer to do on top of a very good sketch, but as a low demanding activity. Now this is a scene with Rosetta, the woman, the girl, the lady, the bunny. Feel also that it can be less daunting to start with sketches rather than inking right away, since it helps warm up for my part the hand-eye coordination. In regards to that, I'm not using a screen tablet for art. It's to save my back and to just dodge the entire problem of glare in my face. I've tried to have a Cintiq screen tablet to draw on, and it just introduced a whole lot of new problems. I know many people love the Cintiq, but I just could not find an environment that was suited for it. There were several other things that needed to align to make it useful. And that's less than ideal when you don't have much space. Also, I think it was just plainly too large. The Cintiq I had was a Pro 24-inch, which meant that it was very wide and I could not see my keyboard. It would be hard to reach. Right. What usually happens here is that my heads somehow tend to feel much bigger when I fine sketch them. Suddenly there's some shrinkage needed. Now, what do we want? She's leaning forward. Meaning we get this area here exposed. And we got the gravity doing its thing. I found that doing layouts really has helped me in making it easier to do the final sketch as well. Which is super weird to me. I'm very impatient, so usually if I have this idea of a drawing I want to do, I want to go straight on to the expressions and everything, but it's just way too helpful to have the gesture down and the general build of the character down before starting up with all the detailing and everything. Right, there's the strap. I'm very curious to how this dress would look in real life, really. If it's even possible. What would usually happen is that I would be making the final layout and the sketch at the same time. Given my level of ambition, I think that just required too much brain power. Couldn't do it. Or it became very hard and very slow process. I can't remember if I really mentioned this before, but I do notice that for this part in the process where I'm trying to finish up pages or like tying them down to fix them and finalize the layout and everything, I just can't focus. Unless I'm yapping, I cannot stare at this drawing for long enough to make any progress. It's super weird. But I think it's just the level of how stimulating it is, or how. I mean, I love looking at the art once it's becoming, but there's something about just the focus level. It is just barely challenging enough to be interesting. Like, I've made it easy for myself with the layouts being as they are, but also the process becomes somehow more boring. I really hate being an addict to stimuli, but feels like the most efficient way to get stuff going is to distract myself, or distract me enough with something that I can manage finishing drawings. I guess maybe because it's not as demanding as animation, where you have to really keep your mind on what the heck you're doing. Comics here is just one picture that you're going to make decent. It doesn't even have to be perfect. But I don't know, something. I remember seeing a video about like the baseline dopamine level shenanigans where like excessive stimuli leads to less interest in doing the more demanding stuff, which I find is true. But at the same time, I feel like as rewarding as I find drawing to be, it still doesn't feel like it's enough. Or there are tons of other things I want to experience or take in of both media and everything. It's not like FOMO, but I would like input, and especially this kind of task is something that is compatible with certain degrees of multitasking. I love seeing the result of this, but the process itself feels like a lost opportunity if I don't also do something else, like being social by talking with someone. Just something like that. Anyway, I'm just rambling on because I need the talking to be going. Otherwise, I will get distracted, or so I notice. I'll take this as an experimental approach to actually doing what I'm supposed to do. Seems like I find myself unable to actually perform unless someone is quote-unquote watching. If you don't count the 3 minutes before stream start. Now, background here. Is it truly needed? I mean, I got the 3D things for details, so I don't really need to tighten down the sketch for that. Yeah, I don't have to mind. This here is already very good. I gotta always keep the balance of doing stuff that is helpful to me, but also not making stuff boring in having to retrace the same lines over and over too much. It's all a balance I'm trying to figure out. But the long shortcut is, of course, do stuff. Always do some stuff every day. Just a little. Like, some is fine. Don't have to do it all in one sitting. Breaks. Breaks especially, very important. Which I tend to forget when I'm yapping. Hopefully Casey will show up and help me out with a get up and stretch. Would be fun to have a few animation thingies for those redeems. I don't know where to keep them. Most of the time, if I look at other Twitch streamers that got lots of thingamajigs going on, I do not understand a thing. There were distractions. See, if I get quiet, you should worry. Zone out. I was merely checking like where I had posted links and everything. One thing I would like to be was more well versed in the ways to make good use of blacks. I think there are some opportunities here. I mean, the guy got dark hands to begin with, so that is perhaps pretty good. Poor Myller. He was taking a nap, man, and then this woman shows up, asking him why he hadn't been, why the potatoes aren't peeled. It feels very much ready to ink, really, this particular drawing of him. Though, oh, it's fun to sketch in the little fuzz going around, little details. Like understanding the balance of the good enough sketch work range is something I would just need to be doing a lot of comics to get the feel for it. It also depends on like how you're feeling today. No, I don't feel ready to be drawing angry Rosetta. This feels quite ready for inks too. Oh, this thing is going too far down. It's not important. So it is refreshing to be drawing a scene where there are only 2 characters and not 11. Oh. I kind of wish I could play Breath of the Wild for the first time again. Oh, I gotta remove the banner thingy at my OBS window. Can't stand it. Okay, I think I got it. We're good. Now where are we? Here. I've also been picking up animation lately. Oh, still thinking about and occasionally looking at the gorgeous art fight attack I got animated. That inspired me big time. I just find whenever I try animating something, I always make it too ambitious, too demanding. It's as if either I need a big idea to work with, or I will not think through whatever the animation is gonna be, and I'll be like just going willy-nilly and it'll be boring, like just character looking back and forth or something. But it would be cool to have use for animation to a larger degree. It'd be crazy if I actually had use for my bachelor's degree. Could you imagine? Relevant education? You know, animation didn't teach me how to draw anyway. I just went with it because it was the logical thing I could think of that would require me to draw a lot, hence I would probably improve quicker from doing many drawings. Which I think wasn't wrong in any shape or form. I did get to do some drawing, but the general curriculum we followed or whatever focused on lots of different techniques that didn't involve drawing specifically, which was kind of a downer to me. Learning some 3D, of course, was relevant, but many of the teachers were actually just earlier students, which was kind of a, oh, you don't have teachers feeling. The kind of, oh, you didn't know anything, any cool people who actually know this stuff, and so you have to hire the self-taught students from previous years. That stuff never really impressed me. We had, I remember we had a Adobe Flash course. I was the only one who, or it felt like I was the only one who knew that that app had the worst autosave feature that would kick in at inconvenient spots and crash because you were in the middle of something, and so it just shut down and on its way corrupted your file. So I would always iterate on, like, do iterative saves to sort of save state that stuff. And I remember people lost like weeks of work because of that feature. Meanwhile, I was just, yeah, told you guys that's it's how it is. It sucks. It's a bad app. I don't know much about how the Adobe Animate works now anymore. I used to touch Flash a lot back when ActionScript was a thing. I'm not sure if it still is. Probably not. I usually used it to copy paste code for just making play buttons and everything. Like, I never remembered how that stuff worked. I'm gonna pigeon dance. No one's here, and so I can dance. The last few days I've been thinking of, there was, when applying for the school, there was this interview. And I remember they asked me about my ambitions, and I would be like, they asked me, where are you in 5 years after your completed education? I would be like, I probably don't have my own studio yet. Which was right. I don't have my own studio yet, and probably not happening anytime soon, since I don't really plan to. It would be fun, of course, but you can't lead a studio and get to do a lot of drawing, so that would be silly. Oh, I'm feeling that one in the... These are actually very small strokes. It's kind of a problem. I mean, while that precision mode pack exists, it does include or involve that I recalibrate my hand-eye coordination ratio, which is, well, something I gotta feel up for. Hello there on YouTube. What's up? Hope you're having a nice day. And thank you for checking by my stream. We are drawing angry bunny women. Or just one. But she's angry and threatening. Meanwhile, I ramble on about animation education. Or at least the one I got. That ear is too long. No one's gonna see it. You got this recommended? Nice. Cool. That's very nice. And thank you. I am working on a comic project, which is, well, for quite some time it's been just on the writing table. Writing has been very a long process, because I am better at drawing than writing. But finally I've come to a spot where I'm actually drawing and finishing pages. And so I get to stream more. But yeah, this is just the place I put myself in to have people look over my shoulder while I work to make sure that I work. Or at least that's my strategy. But I appreciate any company. It's always nice. I might have to come back to this this background later. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. You like drawing too? Well, with animations in the name, I assume you do. Could be 3D, but I assumed it was drawing related. But hello, fellow artists. I like people who like to draw. The only thing you can really draw is humans. Balderdash. Everyone can draw anything. You also animate with drawing sometimes? Nice. I like that. Animation is really cool. I love animation. I've never worked in animation, but I did study animation. So I completed a bachelor's degree in that 10 years ago and went nowhere with it. Pretty much. Instead I went on to be illustrating some children's books and stuff, but that wasn't for me in the end. So I stopped with that, and for the past years I've wanted to get this comic going. Animating is your passion? Love it. Yippee. No, it's something about, I mean, what was it? I was speaking to someone yesterday and was like, I am working on a silly short animation thingy at the moment, which is purely for practice, but I was just telling someone that the play button is such a drug. Like, you've been jotting down those drawings and then hitting play. I tend to get stuck at that stage because I just love seeing the thing play on. Plays on forever. Let's see if we keep that part dark. This is not necessary planning, but it's there. Wait. May I ask what program you use, if any? For both animation and drawing, I guess. I know there are some good free software for animation. The other day I checked out some other software, but really I use Clip Studio Paint, and so I don't need to look for new toys. I am good. Clip Studio lets me animate. I'm covered. Use a website. Scratch. Nice. I've never heard of it, but I suppose it's free. Oh, she's angry. Ho 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 ho. Drawing your sketchbook when you can't sleep. Ah. That's a sweet use of sleeplessness. Alright, so you don't use any, like, native apps for desktop or anything like that? Native? Well. I mean, yesterday I was looking into... I have a friend who is interested in doing, like, dabbling with animation briefly, and they're like, oh, Clip Studio Paint is expensive, and I'm like, yeah, you can probably animate in Krita as well. Krita is free, open source artist software, and it has a timeline and everything. It is something to get used to if you're used to art programs, for sure. To me, it's like opening Blender all over again and not knowing how to do stuff. But I think Krita is quite powerful and good for doing animation as well. Huh. Scratch is a free program meant for coding games. Seems cool though. I haven't used many like web apps. I'm always paranoid that it will be used for something like my data will be taken to some degree, probably. I used to play around in what was known as Aggie.io, but it went over to being named something else, and I kind of fell off it because it started doing these annoying gamification-esque types of deals where it would be counting your strokes and be like showing you a notification when you had done like 1,000 strokes. I'm like, what the heck is this? I'm just trying to draw, bro. Just let me draw, man. Don't be crazy. Hello, Kayaki Moonwolf. You? Here? On my YouTubes? Hi, how are you doing? Oh, yes, I'm talking about you. The little you contemplating on making animation. Oh, am I doing stuff anyways? Like, this here's supposed to be... Where is Myller? There you go. Wait up. What? Okay. I don't understand. Cool. I'm looking at stuff. But yeah, animation. I'm in the animation hole, and I would love to do animation rather than work on this poor comic thing that has been in the works for years. So honestly, the only thing is that, well, I love doing those things. I have a passion for animation. I do enjoy comics. Probably have a passion for comics too, let's be honest. But I don't have a passion for working. Doing work destroys me. So I'm working hard to make sure that the work I do is engaging and fun and doesn't wear me out like certain gigs I would be illustrating tended to do. Like if I make, I have the mental struggle. I'm sure many artists have that, where I'm like, oh, it is within my ability to do this, but it doesn't spark joy. I have lost my happy place. Where do I go? So that's like part of the mystery I've been working on solving, and I'm well on my way to get that. How do I draw so well? Good question. I've been drawing for many years. I'm mostly self-taught in that I would be like, when I grew up, I would be constantly Googling tutorials for stuff, and I would be trying to draw things and everything. But in short, I've done lots of drawing. I think that helps in drawing well. Do I want to hide her eyes in this? Like, how playful? I generally don't like it when features are just hidden for the sake of effect. Like, there's no logical explanation why eyes are hidden in shadow or something. But yeah, I started my artistic journey early, and like, even back when I was in school, I discovered pose maniacs. I had noticed that people recommended doing life drawing to improve, and I would spend a lot of time doing like web-based sort of fake life drawing from Pose Maniac's 30-second drawing tool, and I probably had I got quite some benefit from that. But I was doing what was just interesting to me for the most part. Casey Tron's White Knight, welcome! I am yapping about my artistic journey. But yeah, it's hard to like pinpoint an answer to a question like, how do you draw so well? I mean, thank you. That's very nice. I'm glad you like my art. But I've loved just studying stuff that engage me. Styles, shows, characters, learning to draw from that. Of course, in my teens I had tons of characters that I made and gave stories and stuff. Lots of fun. This is kind of a weird stance. What's she doing? She's looking very strong. What many people do is people watching. Some art people love going to cafes or whatever and just draw people they see, which can maybe feel a little scary. I don't know. I for sure do feel a little awkward if I'm like doing that. Most people don't notice, but I hate having the encounters where it's like, "Oh, are you drawing? Are you drawing me? Hey, could you try drawing me?" I get those sometimes. I'm like, no. A different one I've gotten is, "Are you drawing anime?" Like, 1, it is not animated, hence no. 2, no, it's not my style. At all. Can I draw you as an anime character? No, because I can't draw in that particular style. That's a fun fact. I really struggle with let's say Asian core comic styles. Oh, should she be just stretching like this? This is something the layout didn't address. It does the thing. It communicates what's happening. I think that is good enough. Someone once saw me drawing and was like, "Well, can you draw me?" Yeah, it feels awkward when people are like, "Oh, can you draw me?" Because it's like, no, I don't really draw you. I don't really draw people. Often people ask me, "Oh, can you draw a caricature or something?" I'm like, that's not my profession. I am not. I can draw silly characters, animals, lots of things. Making it look like people is a whole different skill set. So what are you guys up to today? Are you guys drawing along? Distraction. Yeah, feels awkward, but I don't I don't understand the normies going like, "Oh, will you draw me?" Like, why do you want you drawn? Why? What's the? It's something about. It seems very blissful to, in a way, have it have such a simple way of being. Can't really draw different characters. Oh, but you can work on that. I got this layout like lineup of several characters, and the good thing with putting them in a lineup is that I get to see whether or not they look too similar, and I get a choice that I can vary. You got Bengt and Scarp here, who look and dress pretty similar. They have slight differences, but they're brothers, I think. So, I mean, doing the same face stuff or noticing that all characters are the same body type, the same everything, I don't want to draw like that. I want to have good variation. I'm not super with character design in that designing a good character and all the shenanigans you need for that stuff is not quite natural in my skill set. These two characters are created by a buddy named Torkil, so I'm borrowing them for my comic stuff. But keeping a lineup helps me check both size difference between characters and like keep track of body type and everything. That's nice. Kayaki, you don't know what to draw today? Hey, did you finish your noodle dragon? All right, I was drawing Myller. But yeah, drawing characters and making them different from each other, that's entirely up to you. Like, that's a choice you make. If you're happy with having fun with drawing the characters you make up, you're good. There's no need to draw different unless like you're going into industry or like want to improve on certain things for certain reasons. I want to make comics and I want to make stories, and I've always been intrigued by characters and character shapes that are kind of hard to do, like challenging characters, and so I tend to seek out those characters to challenge myself, I suppose. Like the challenge of making a character with a complex build, make it look right from certain angles and everything, that is what interests me. And so tons of my characters are hard to draw. I got very few comfort characters that are just like doodle this, doodle that, pop, 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 done. Did make and finish another yesterday. Another? Yes, Little Dragon. Like I'm feeling, yeah, the nose I drew was too small. It feels, something's odd with the brows here, but I think it doesn't really matter. How large is he compared to Rosetta? He should be larger, for sure. There we go. How do I turn off automatic translation on YouTube? Chat. I'm getting all the weird translations. I don't really want to slide off to figure that out, but live stream chat transfer. No obvious way to turn it off. Can I do Is there a setting? Community moderation. Let YouTube enhance audio quality. Let YouTube enhance visual quality. Standard features. What? Managing moderators. I don't see where it is. Wait. I'm trying so hard. I think I'm onto something. Is that? It should be inside the chat window, but there is no setting. That's moderation again. Says something about going to customization. You subbed. Hey, thank you. How nice. I appreciate it. Why does this always come up when customization? Alright. Handle pronouns. Links. No. No, it's not here. I can't find it. Let's see. Is it just general settings then? Sorry chat. This has been bothering me for a while and it has to stop. Basically. This feature is currently available for mobile streams. What the heck? Ugh. Well, okay. I give up for now. That was today's distraction. Pretty bored today, huh? Alright, let's get back. We're drawing a hammer. I could draw this boat. I could draw a dangerous woman. I could wait with drawing dangerous woman. I could draw a dangerous woman in red. This is the most difficult expression on this page. Thinking about like what used to interest me way back when I was doing drawing in my teens. And I think the thing about characters being difficult to draw was one thing, and then it was making expressions that would be readable, like clearly understandable, conveying what was being felt. Stone Beach. Right, you're on vacation in England. Hey, you're not on those. Yeah, you're probably not on those walking trips. There are those hotels you can check into and hang around and be on guided hikes around the English countryside. Oh, this girl's mouth is difficult. Like, she is a bunny, so her mouth is doing the bunny thing. But whenever she's going to show negative expression, it gets all janky. England vacation sounds nice though. I would love to visit like hobby shops. Like if she was sneering. I guess despite doing the bunny thing, her mouth can do the regular expression stuff. In your art style, expressions are pretty easy to make since you draw cartoons with big eyes. Yeah. You don't have to understand as much how muscles in a face work together to make certain expressions, but you still have to uh, get them to feel convincing and true to some extent. That can sometimes be even harder with other styles. Is she pushing her jaw forward a bit? That looks funny. Flipping the drawing to see what's wrong with it is in a very distorted expression. It doesn't really help. Wait. Feels so weird to be drawing a very large face. Gotta zoom out to get some distance and be sure I don't distort things too much. Like one thing that easily happens is that drawing a character from afar and drawing it close up just tends becoming different. Because, well, for example, a nose on a small character one could be used to drawing it quite large, and when you try to enlarge that head or draw it larger, sometimes, or for my part, often the features that used to be big tend to not get big enough, which is kind of fascinating. It's as if the scaling of these features are not quite calibrated to hit the same spot as they do when drawing small. I try to be fairly consistent with that in making things feel and work right, but it's also not a huge deal if a character has a fairly big nose in one shot and a smaller one in the next. It's usually convincing that it is that same character. Ooh, you have a sister who does art too. Nice. Art for people. My art style looks like some big company made it. If I Thank you. I'm glad. It was funny. I had a job for a while where the boss would kind of be like, "You're making things look too clean, too good." But yeah, I've got lots of years to work on, like, pursuing a kind of style that I enjoy. I feel it's not quite mastered yet, but I keep lucking out on many things, and much like how I would luck out on occasionally drawing a good head back in my teens, I sort of luck out on hitting something, some good way of how a character should look sometimes. And then I can say that for later. For every character face I draw, I get a stronger feel towards, like, is the character looking right here or not? How much does the character look like herself? Stuff like that. So yeah, many drawings does the trick. Makes it develop. Forever drawing, you iterate automatically. It's kind of the beauty of drawing, really. People complain that, oh, I can never draw the same character twice, but I have a suspicion that they haven't done it many times enough. Okay, so we got angry face woman. Extra. She's just doing. We're going all out with all the effects on this one. We got these. We got these, and we got even fire spitting. She's good. Master Explorer. Hello. Welcome to my stream. Aww. Thank you. I'm glad you like my art. I feel very much like I'm much more an aspiring animator. Though, like, despite working with comics, but I'm very glad people find style to be, like, lifelike and, or lively, I should say. Lively and animated. That's fun to hear. Yay! I love doing expressions. It's I don't know what it is. Expressions are good. Now I'm just cleaning up some, or fine sketching stuff, so it is ready for inks. I might start working on inking the previous page soon, actually. I'll probably do that today. All I gotta do is clean up this too. What you see here is just a layout. Nice, bring your friends. We like that. This is all about the chilling and getting work done for my part. I seem to be unable to get anything done unless someone's watching, or even if they're watching this back. I try to avoid nothing happening. So streaming is good for me to, like, hold myself accountable for just ever so slightly. I'm not even sure if this would be large enough to see what her expression is like. I sometimes keep a window by the side that is zoomed to what would be the print size, just to make sure I don't lose myself in too many details. Oh, this is the wrong page. Here we can see also these final pages of the scene. I've given up here. I was having a good roll and then I gave up. Rocket Angel 10, hello! Welcome to the stream! You can watch while I work. So I hope everyone's having a good day today. Now we know the shoe is down there. We probably won't see much of it. But the dress... yeah, it's curving. And perhaps going up like so. How? Can barely see anything in this one, but it's good to be aware. You can see the little nub that is where her tail is. I can do this. Yay! Thank you. And yes, this is Clip Studio Paint. I've been shuffling around certain toolboxes and stuff to just suit my tastes for where stuff is. And I also often keep shortcuts for certain toolboxes that I need occasionally. So I just hit number buttons for this. But I started using Clip Studio Paint in like, well, almost 10 years ago. Bought it on the last good sale there was. Oh, I feel lucky. Yeah, this is still version 1. I'm a version 1 pleb. Okay, we're not gonna have a shadow that big. I don't even know where the sun is in this shot. I think it is like over here somewhere. Maybe it is. But yeah, I've been using Clip Studio Paint for a good amount of years. I love it. It is great for making comics, and it's pretty good for animation. What do I do with my comic? So what I'm working on is the second book in a series. Sadly, only published in Norwegian. Hopefully, whenever I get like the story finished, I might be able to get it across to international borders. Who knows? But that's only dreams. But one can dream, right? But the first book came out in 2022. So the second book has been quite a long while in the making. There have been some roadblocks on the way and stuff that weren't quite ideal, but finally and thankfully it is things are looking pretty well, and I'm having a grand time working on it finally. You're broke, so use doodle mode and screenshot your work. Oh, what a vibe. Have you tested out Krita, which is open source and free? And God gracious, it is clunky, but it seems very powerful. On Mekomin, hello! More pirates, yeah! Yeah, this time it's a scene with 2 characters and not 11 or whatever. So it's much more digestible. Thank you. I'm glad you like the perspective. So I will admit I have been somewhat cheating because this location is on a pirate ship, and so you know it. I had to 3D model the ship itself. So thank goodness it is 3D model that I can trace and everything. but varying the angles in a comic, very important to keep it interesting. I'm not sure if this feels quite right. You haven't tried Krita because it costs money? Krita shouldn't cost money. What the heck? It is open source and free. In what world does it cost money? Alright. I think I will hold off on detailing the background stuff. We got the hammer. How can Krita cost 12 pounds? If you go on the web page and download it? Krita on Steam costs money? But I mean, if you visit Krita, there is no reason it should cost anything. Does it really say that it costs stuff if you go to the webpage? Are these pirates who raid other ships, or are they just adventuring type pirates? Yes. I think they do a bit of both. Yeah, get the app from the webpage. Don't use dumb store applications. That's a prison. It probably costs money on the app stores because it costs money to be on those app stores, is my guess. So yeah, you can check out Krita. It is open source and free and powerful, and for my part, not as comprehensible as Clipseed Paint, which I've known for 10 years, but I'm sure it's good. And you can do animation in it, so that's cool. Alright, we have done some sketching. What else we got? I can do cleanup on at least the first few panels here. I think I'll do that. It doesn't seem too hard. Oh, and in regards to drawing like the same characters after one another, you can see how Myller is not quite looking like he's displaying different body shapes here and here, like barely, but you still buy that it's him. So even if I missed sort of on his exact build in a comic, it can vary. You see it. And I can fix it in my cleanup sketching. Now she is kind of grabbing, so let's see. Where's the... There we go. Feels really cool watching a comic being made. Nice, thank you. Glad you think so. It varies a lot between authors and artists, like how they work. Often in animation, especially traditional animation, of course, you see people do pretty much the same stuff. So it's to a much larger degree sort of kind of universal craft. At least for the mere technical animation part. But for comic artists, people have all sorts of techniques for making them. Now, let me not get too lost in what's happening here. Gotta keep an eye on getting things sort of right. Ooh, you're working on art. Nice. And yeah, I assume that the Rock Angel was the one you dragged in. That's very fun. I love that. See what big a difference that makes? Just that little corner of the mouth. There's so little you can do to turn something that is, well, a negative expression, to turn it into a smirk, kind of. That's kind of cool. That's what I really like about expressions, because you can do many things. You can be extreme and you can be very subtle. Subtle is harder, more challenging, but oh, so rewarding to get it right. Though, of course, depends on both style readability, and generally the skill of the viewer. I've done some comic works where people I worked with didn't quite have a good instinct for reading expressions on stylized characters, which was like, all right, is it me or you who is the problem? Is it my skill or is it yours? I am guilty of often blaming the viewer, but if the viewer also is a boomer that doesn't really read comics, I'm like, nah, I think the kids will know what's up. Number block art. Can you explain number block? Because my instinct is paint by numbers. I don't think that's accurate. Alright, try not to zoom in too hard. I see. Maths program. And that has a, well, is it a fandom community? Oh. Oh wow. That is way more complex than I assumed. Also, I'm noticing there's a huge delay for YouTube. I think it's gotta be like a full minute behind. Nice. That's cool though. That is building skill. And using Blender, pretty good. I spent 10 or 15 years trying to get into learning Blender. And it finally went through to be like flipped over from being this very difficult, strugglesome, confusing process to becoming something I can actually play with. Been using Blender for 3 years? Nice. Get going. I think that's a good skill set, especially if you want to work with stuff. Of course, industry standards are different, probably, but like having the general experience of both learning a program and doing 3D stuff and animation, that's pretty good. Thank you, Makomin. I'm glad you like your face. I think I like it too. More importantly, I do like her hair, or I like drawing her hair. But right here, I'm failing to get the shape I want. And it's also your ears are being clipped off. So I want the general silhouette to be, how much space do I want her to take up? I don't know. It's good. Good enough. These are like the strappy thingies with frills. I think the hardest part I find with drawing characters or humanoids is that making the space between the neck and the shoulders roomy enough. It's hard to explain, but way too often I end up having characters that go straight from neck to shoulders, and it tends to look wrong and tends to not have space for clothing features like shoulder straps and stuff. should make a community post to tell everyone to subscribe. I mean, people can do what they want. If they like it, that's super. I really appreciate that people like my stuff and enjoy that people are keeping me company. That's super nice. I do like no regular streaming, but I do stream occasionally and do intend on trying to stream fairly often, as in more than once a month. But life is lifing, and I can't really promise much like that. But usually I will be streaming art stuff and comic work. Of course, it'll be a lot of the same often. Sometimes I just can't solve a drawing. Gaming done, back to the drawing board. Nice, Kayaki. You go. You got your gaming duties off. Now you're ready to face the world. But you have a nice little drawing board. That's in your nice little Cintiq. Earlier I was not exactly complaining, but talking about why I don't use a Cintiq or screen tablet for working. Aww, I'm now your inspiration to stream one day. Oh, that's super sweet. Yeah, streaming can be nice. It can be good company. Personally, I don't often stream to too many viewers. But like I mentioned earlier, the stream is that I stream to keep myself accountable for getting something done. I have a terrible it's not quite executive dysfunction in a sense, but it seems like for the space I am in right now in this comic, the drawing is fun, but it is not by itself stimulating enough to keep my attention to it. And I find that I focus better by yapping and streaming. Like if I have some company I can be talking to, I can be hitting down those lines and like focusing on it isn't as hard anymore. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but streaming works for me. What I find some people worry about is that they're like, oh, but I gotta stream, I have to talk all the time, or I gotta entertain. No, you don't. I'm not trying to entertain, I'm just yapping. I'm fulfilling my own needs and having fun along the way. You made a community post? Wow. Thank you for sharing though. And good thing is that yeah, second reason I stream is that I like keeping a record of sketches and stuff. I think for a while I liked having time-lapse videos of making art, but I would never figure out like the time to actually do a recording, and it feels more stressful to be recording something as opposed to here. Now, good thing about this is I play through the same old Nintendo music every time, but essentially, possibly also drawing company for some people. I know I sometimes put on long videos, like many hours long videos, with people drawing or that sort of content that I can keep as company while I do my own stuff. You would like to do calm streams too? Well, people stream in their style, but there's no right or wrong in the, say, energy level. My favorite streamer is a very, very calm guy, which I enjoy watching and can watch for several hours because it is just chill. It is no shouting, no high energy chaos and stuff that wears me out because I get easily tired or stressed if there's too much going on. Right. Some animation wisdom. I want this guy's silhouette to be clear. I should work on that. It's true that if you have other people to see you make art, you get motivated because you're not alone in this. Scientifically proved. How to stream on a laptop? If the laptop can handle OBS, then it should be good. It might be you have to stream on low resolution or something that doesn't kill the computer, basically. But I don't know. I did a few streams where I was modeling stuff in Blender on a laptop. That worked out fine. But yeah, it really depends on how hard labor you're expecting the computer to do or put it through. I'm working on fairly large images. Even when I'm not streaming, sometimes when I save stuff, the screen blacks out because it is a huge file. So it depends on how powerful whatever you're working on is as well. Why can't you download OBS on a laptop? You just go to the webpage, right? You just get OBS from the webpage. Download the installer, install it. Which OBS is open source too, right? That's the whole thing. Open streaming thingamajig. Like, apps don't have to be on a store page to allow for being installed or downloaded. As long as the webpage has a download available, you're free to download anything you want. And also be careful to, make sure a page looks legit and stuff like that. Chromebook. Oh, right. Hi, Vex. Wow. Watching in VR? Dang. Alright, but wouldn't it make you very dizzy if I moved around the screen a lot? Oh dang, his head is too huge. Again, the proportions. Makes him look more like himself. My art is just wow. Thank you! numbers and text name. Well, fun to see you. Thank you for checking out my stream, by the way. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, if you hear noises in the background, that might be the birds. The birds are in a mood. Fairly long, shorts. I shouldn't be stalling too hard. Here we go. There, get some flow to those legs. If I overthink it, it'll be ugly. If I just go with it, it looks nice. Very, very underrated. Ah, that's sweet. Thank you. I think might be less the not necessarily the case that I'm underrated. I might just not be showing off too much to get properly noticed. I think I could do well. Please don't shake. Oh no, yeah. Pigeon. Yeah, I'm sorry if I shake the screen. I try not to, but you might get motion sick if you're watching this in VR. That is sad to say, but that might be on you. Oh, why do Chromebooks exist? All right. I'm good? Okay, good. Now let me know if the music gets too loud. I did tune it up a bit, because usually you can barely notice the music. It would be fun to see where motion sickness tolerance is. I mean, I'm not necessarily trying you, but I'm moving on to the next panel. Here we go. How's that feel? $248. $10.24. Pretty good. Nah, I'm not gonna. I'll. That is way too fun though. With streams in VR, what the heck? Tried playing VR chat just now. Too many children? It was not fun. Oh no! I think you gotta find like specific servers or however that works. $200 subs. Oh wow. Let me see. You need to go at lunch? Alright. Have a good lunch. Enjoy. New subscribers. I did not know that YouTube had a forum. Dang, son. I'm learning so much about YouTube that I didn't know. Like, I'm just becoming a moomer. Okay, focus. I am looking at Myller. I got Myller in my sub view on Clip Studio. So I am kind of attracted to work on Rosetta. White kid's constantly saying slurs. How do you know it's a white kid? I mean, most likely it is, but how do you know? Let's see. We know I gotta keep track on how this looks again in the zoomed out view. Okay, he is smaller. And he's kind of tired. He's always tired. This guy's a total, complete narcoleptic. You can sense it in your racism, brother. Aye, aye. What the word? Where is Casey John's White Knight? Imagine. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with people whose sole entertainment is trying to like be outrageous or inappropriate. But glad you're having fun with a VR headset. It's always nice when you have a good experience. Rip Quest, I guess. Look, this guy he's just knocking shoulders. I gotta fix it. I kind of want the hammer to stick out. I'm starting to think like an animator. That's not necessary. But it helps, I guess. More animations. I see so many animation or animator names among the chatters. That's so sweet. But maybe that's not a surprise on a platform with like video as its prime focus. Whoop. Let's see. Oh, I feel like I feel the resistance on drawing this guy for no particular reason. I like the guy. It's not personal. Guess I'm not feeling like it. There we go. Again, let me know if the music gets too loud. I have like no view on how loud it is for you guys. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that. There it goes. Your motive to do so is in the gutter. Ah. I feel you on the, oh, there's this thing coming up, I should make something. It is a struggle, I have given up. But might be that's more a kind of thing where the feeling of, oh, I should be doing the thing makes one less compelled to do a thing. I feel that at least. I keep making stuff into work. And if work isn't fun. I hate work. Of course I don't want to do work. Did it get a bit louder? Yeah, it did. There's different playlist. I turn it down for a bit. There we go. Alright. And then we're going back to Rosetta. The woman. Bless this reference. I don't know how many years ago I made this, but it was really hard to get motivated to do. I think I wasn't even motivated, so it was a real struggle to actually make it. But it is a godsend. If you want to do comics, I highly recommend keeping a lineup of all the characters. Oh yeah, and happy upcoming birthday! Now, how much time do I have? I don't really know how my day is looking. Now I'm sort of out of the groove. I think feels a bit like one way of how I try thinking when I'm drawing certain characters is that I have to feel what they're feeling. You know, the thing if you're doing art, you're drawing characters and they're having expressions. There's this common thing with artists making the grimace they're like grimacing while they're trying to make a certain expression. And I don't tend to do that a lot, but I sort of got that down to at least having to feel a character. But if I start failing to feel a character, like I get, I don't know, for any reason, if I get tilted or distracted, I can get easily distracted, or just put off for something, then I can sort of lose the groove, basically, lose the vibe. It can be a struggle to get back to it. I could force it, or I could flee over to just different tasks. Different tasks could be doing inks. I love doing inks. For those who don't know, you Weddle, every time you enter a live stream, you just type E. Nice. I only have like parasocial connections to actual chat, like stream chat communities. As in, I rarely even watch live streams. I tend to watch VODs, just stream recordings, and on streams that do carry the chat, so I get this parasocial connection to chatters that write in a chat that I am not part of. It's quite funny, but I appreciate many of them. Usually good vibes. Right, this arm. I like this arm, but is it too long? Kinda. Does it matter? Nah. Should really be doing any erasing or like patching up. It's still just sketch. We're cleaning up. The birds are birdsing. You rarely watch live streams too? Ah, nice. Always it's always nice whenever it feels like a reward to actually check on something new. How long is your hair? Oh, I can't see. I gotta fix the dress. I gotta see where the dress is before I decide where to put the hair. Says I and draw more hair. Now, how the arm here connects to the wrist, I don't like. It's very, very basic, but also the thumb is connected in the wrong spot. I think I fixed it. Partially. Good enough. That's the thing. I met a comic artist at the festival not too long ago and showed him some of my work, and he was like, whoa, there is not a single bad drawing in here. Because the general, not rule, but there's a thing that, I mean, when you're making comics, not every panel has to be a masterpiece, right? You can do some bad drawings, and it's even recommended that you accept that there are some bad drawings because, you know, you got a comic to make. You can't just... You shouldn't get hung up on the... on imperfect drawings. And I could possibly benefit from not worry too much about that kind of stuff. But it was funny. also kind of took that as sort of a signal that, oh, drawing the pictures is not really part of the game, or it's not normal, sort of. Not sure if that counts as bragging. It's kind of, well, yeah, I suppose it's humble bragging that, oh, I focused too much on making good drawings. Some guy was impressed, but I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot for making all this good art. Now there's a breast. You have some strips in the background while drawing, but this is the first time you type in chat. Aw, look at you! It's fun though. But you know, might be it feels a bit safer to participate in chat the streamer when you know them. I do not want to promise anything, but there might be that I get to do a bit more streaming than usual during next week, perhaps. Oh yeah, the scary chat, scary streams, scary internet. But yeah, I'll probably have room to do more drawing next week, unless something comes up, of course. There's always life. Life exists and happens on a daily basis. But it's great. I also have more time now since I'm not doing art fight anymore. Life is weird. Life is life. Life happens. Alright, we're soon done with her. The woman. Could draw that too. Oh, okay, that one's nice and easy. It's fun one. Let's see. This is a dark area, but the hair is sort of flowing behind, but I'm not feeling the motion. Life happens and we have to participate? Yeah, can you imagine? Yeah, arting is part of life, by the way. I still do art even if I don't stream, it's just that this particular arting is work related. Makes it harder. Do I dare letting the layout be a layout? I shouldn't. Should make sure the boat is fairly clean. Also, I shouldn't be humming along because the audio might be off sync. It would probably be easy to find like find a sweet spot for audio delay so that I could actually hum along, but many years ago I did some streaming on, I forgot what platform, but I remember I was painting something and I was playing music and I was singing along quite loudly, and I remember someone being like, yeah, this is nice and all, but I gotta go because I'm very tired, or something along those lines, but maybe even more pointing towards that maybe the singing wasn't quite their cup of tea, which I do understand. Welcome back, Nyamig. See. Looks very different in those two shots. That's unfortunate. Nah, what can you do? Okay, we got this Rosetta shot. It is fairly simple and shouldn't be made too complex because it is going to be printed fairly small. That is one critique the previous book got, that why isn't it printed larger? Because there are so many details. And the book size is kind of what's ideal for holding and keeping in your lap, though I know I'm being ambitious with the amounts of panels per page usually. Because for the size, the ideal stacking of panels is kind of 3 to 4 what do you call them? Rows. If you start having like 5 panels split up on the heights, then it's becoming very small, and it's probably for showing action and not so much dialogue. But I tend to have quite a few panels each page. Because there's something about the challenge of having more than 3 panels. Not in the height, but like in total, more than 3 panels that you have to make a layout for. Something about the challenge there that intrigues me and interests me. So I love making it hard for myself. Yeah. How do you make an avatar that can open the mouth? That is, it's a free little software called Videotube, where you basically draw your PNGs, open mouth, closed mouth, closed eyes with open and closed mouth. You load those into the program. It is basically a green screen thing. If I open the actual window and hover around it, you start to see both the audio input and other menu stuff. But you can configure it. It's basically on a green background, so that is like chroma keyed. Yeah, with a chroma key in OBS. So it's practically a green screen thing. Oh yeah. Kayaki, you know me. Of course I'm animated in real life. You know how I look. I look like this every day. I've been wanting to update it, but I'm lazy. No rush. But yeah, it's free app. I think it has a web page, but also it has an itch site, but I'm gonna spell it. That's the name of the app, and then you load that in as a source in OBS. it's pretty neat. Very nice and simple. I've seen some people with way too overstimulating VTuber avatars. Even the tuning ones, I'm like, oh god, I'll be seasick. I'm sure they're having fun, but I don't want stuff to be too much. So, each to their own tastes. Okay, for this one, I will not be over detailing the frills. It's no use. No reason to. I already mentioned it this stream, but I'm still curious to see how this dress would look in real life. I think it could look pretty cool. But might be it wouldn't behave as I expect it to. Right. Here's the nub for the tail. Just feel this outfit could exist. Yeah, some people make VTubers. I'm happy with PNG tubers. It's simple enough. I think I would love to. It would be fun to make a VTuber model and everything, but it's not about me, really. It's about the art. It's about what's on screen, not all the motions and expressions I make. So I guess that's also part of this philosophy. It's nice to have something, particularly for my kind of stream, since I'm doing slow stuff and sometimes the screen even is completely still. So it's nice that something is jiggling about. But for, like, I think my main streamer who I watch doesn't even have a face cam. It's like, yeah, it's not about the face, it's about the stuff you're doing on screen. And I can respect that a lot. I'm just some planning. Okay, there she is. Angry, huge head, two knee, too large arm, or too small feet. Should I try shrinking her head just a bit? Okay, that is better. I always draw heads too big. I would not survive in a pure analog world. I would probably. I'd just get good and be done, but it's hard. Now, what you're seeing here is abandoned work. Could I give a short summary about what the comic is about? Not really. Previous book, some prince became a stowaway at the pirate ship. No, that pirates specifically. And he's been taken on a treasure hunt with them to the Isle of the Dead to find the lost ruby, supposedly stolen from the king of whatever the Cat Kingdom's named. and things happen. It becomes dangerous. Oh, they will find the ruby, but it is cursed. It is cursed, they get cursed, and they have problems to solve. Will they solve them? I don't know, we're just getting to the problems. Barely. But we have... So, I mean, main character, the boy, and the pirates are going around exploring the island at the moment. Meanwhile, on the ship, we have this woman here being angry. Well, she's finding out that one of the crew is planning to get rid of the boys, and she is a mother. Mothers protect their children. So she decides that, oh, so he has planned that, has he? Well, you shall help me get to the island and stop him, or else I will crush every bone in your body. That's what she says. Yeah, she's the actual boss. She's the cool one. But yeah, we got the story. Previous book, Prince becomes stowaway. Is kind of shanghaied into stealing a treasure map from his own dad, the king, and arrives at the Isle of the Dead, where they meet the spooky man who turns into a skeleton. Because the beach is full of skeletons. Whoa. I like to call it Skelly Beach. So anyway, they're exploring, looking for treasure, and a new savage ambushed them. And there is violence and murder. But the guy wasn't dead. Ta-da! But yeah, they're just a crew of rats, and they're learning to dodge all these weird behaving savage people who are loafing around as if they are zombies, until they spot strangers, then they attack. Now I haven't gotten much further than this. This is the cave. Page 47. They enter the cave. And then the rest of the story is just amoeba content. These are my sketches from many years ago. Doodles for story stuff. And there are hordes of zombie people outside, or savages, until they realize that, oh, they don't feel pain. Goodness me, how will we survive? And so everybody scatters and the boys are in trouble. They get abandoned. What happens next? Gosh, I wonder if we'll ever get to see that on stream. But yeah, this is the batch of pages I'm working on. I've been testing some background drawing strategies for the nature areas, but now recently I've been doing the sketching, like fine sketches to prepare things for inks. So that's pretty neat. I'm having a good time. I am in contact with a publisher who I am aiming to publish the book with in Norway. In Norwegian. And we'll see what happens. That's how it goes, at least. Now, I should probably rise up and do some stretching. So, I'll just leave this hanging here. Meanwhile, I'll BRB and be back in a few minutes. Hello, I'm back. I wonder if it is Inkstein. I think I want to do some inking. My favorite part. I just gotta figure out how I want to present the inks. Yeah. Very good. Now I've already started doing some inks. We have character back inks. Yes, thank you. I had a good stretch. It was good. In streams with too many people, you normally start screaming. Yeah, me too. I wonder what compels people to participate in those. Certainly some hive-mindy vibes to that. Which can be fun for the slapstick, but it gets also chaotic super easily. Alright, we are in ink mode. I gotta reduce the opacity on the panels, and I think I want a duplicate window open just to keep track of the size I'm drawing stuff. Because on previous pages, some readability suffers. I have this page here that was inked properly the other day, and here, while I view this in like what's print size for me, it's 17 by 24 centimeters or so. One thing I often lose track of is line weight as it will appear on print. We can notice that I've used just thinner lines on under here, while on the second here it's thicker. Obviously it's also something from like this particular ink in the loan panel is from some other time when I was in a different mood, but in general this one reads way better because the lines are not too thin, and it will be properly visible on print. While for the others, I'm not sure. It'll probably be fine, but I shouldn't zoom in too much. Is the thing. There are about 48 people watching when you're live and chaos will happen. Yeah, well, it's that kind of community. I blessedly do not have that problem. One streamer I follow is also has many viewers, though chat happens in a manageable pace that lets me actually read the on-screen chat, though that's the Twitch chat. And you can see I'm copying him by having my Twitch chat appear on stream, the very lively Twitch chat. Which needs a dancing pigeon sometimes. You see, it's very active. I don't want to combine because I'm lazy and Twitch. YouTube has its chat replay anyways. So if people on YouTube are rewatching this, then they can watch with the chat on the side. Whereas for Twitch users, or well, for the people streaming on Twitch, I also keep the Twitch chat. It's kind of a way to log what's going on. You like being extremely chaotic sometimes, but in real life you hate being in places with loud noises? Yeah. Relatable. That's how it goes. Now, are we targeting the right layer? Yes. Yes, we are. I would love to finish inks on this page today. I'm not sure if I can make it, but it would be really cool. It feels so nice to be inking on top of decent sketch work. It's one of my favorite things. Much like how I like sketching on top of a finalized layout, where I don't have to think about the composition that much. It's like, it feels nice to do because a lot of the work has been done already, I think. Probably. Oh, I can just select that. Engaging streams are more fun? Yeah. It's more like a yapping stream. And it's the kind of company I like as well. I can't be distracted to start demonstrating other stuff, but most of the time, like I've said before, I just need to be yapping while I'm drawing to to be able to sit still and do the thing. It's fun. But it takes quite a while to get like into the flow of things, I find, and you kind of can fight your way to it. But I have to accept also that I am a social being. I enjoy social, so certainly within its limits. I did quite a lot of yapping and art in yesterday, which it felt really good to be making that much art, but I was also yapping the whole time. And at the end of the day, I was completely pooped. Alright, we don't put too many wrinkles on them shelves. Yes, we are facting today. Yeah. Well, let's pray that it stays calm. I like keeping activity at a manageable level. You know, not needing moderators is a luxury, in a sense. Speaking of, there have been no viewer bots on Twitch today. As far as I've noticed. Oh, Oh, you'll BRB to eat dinner. Nice. Enjoy your dinner. I hope it is tasty. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I forgot to pay attention to, well, line weights and stuff. I think we're good. I felt like I had a sneeze coming up. Pizza last few days. Favorite foods? Food. I really like food. I'm a sucker for Asian food, especially if it's spicy. I like spicy food. Oh wow, cravings for potato salad? Neat. I feel usually I get to enjoy so much food that it's not super often, or at least not lately, that I've had like specific cravings that I'm like, dude, I want this food. Let's have it. I'm more of in the kind of, oh, we have to figure out what to eat today too, kind of rut. But I really love food. Enjoy a good steak. Curry. Curry's pretty good. Something chicken. Oh, I should stop trying to do stuff that moves my pen away from the drawing board if I want to finish inking this page today. That is just a dream. We'll see how long I go on. It would be cool to get started on the next page too, though. Oh, ambitions? Now, don't get ahead. Don't get too far ahead, at least. I'm finding myself unable to really talk too much about food because I'm really hungry at the moment. And I don't really know what I want. Could go for a good pasta, I guess. But I'm kind of, if I'm eating out, I will almost never choose to have like a burger or pizza. Because I'm not really that much of a bread person. For burgers, I find that I can make stuff better at home. Like I can have a burger and I can add the fillings I want and have a better experience and cheaper experience than if I'm going out to have it. You feel like you should not be here, but you are. Welcome to my stream and thank you for checking it out. You're welcome. I'm not sure, like, what would disqualify someone from being here? I think there's no huge requirements. Yeah, I think you're good. Pie in the oven? Mmm. Oh, I know. I like a good lasagna. Lasagna is nice. Oh, ravioli. No, I like exploring foods. Like trying foods that aren't common, like common for the Norwegian kitchen, for example. So, I'd say national cooking has kind of, it's still there, but it's not super popular. We have our frozen pizzas and very not Mexican tacos. Oh, struggler by day, artist by night. Is this what I'm hearing? Well, arting is good. Doesn't super matter what time of day you're arting. Any time can be art time, though I have noticed I should not be arting too late in the evening. I get trouble sleeping. That's kind of an opposite problem. I used to be the kind who would get creative like in the evenings and be like, oh, but now I got inspiration, I don't want to go to bed. That used to happen all the time. Then I sort of think during my uni days I kind of forced it off, and after that it felt like I had ruined my drive for drawing in a sense. So I kind of had to find back, like if I'm not relying on that inspiration in the evening, how the heck? Why do I even like drawing anymore? All these questions started rising. It was pretty bad, and it was a struggle to find back to it. Let's see, am I doing things right? No. We want to erase that part and that part because it looks too harsh. Now, I wonder if that's too thick, actually. Or the general vibe I'm getting from the whole thing. There. It was kind of a blob. Post the drawings in your community? Nice. I still feel like a total boomer who don't know how YouTube works. Oh, there's a little animator who subscribed recently. That's super nice. So many animators out there who I don't know. Let's see. I got distracted and I didn't even notice until I got back. Very, very good. Sneaky. So many animators. I would like to get into 3D animation, but I don't know what I would be doing. I don't have a project or anything that I would be making. I think for the first part, I should probably focus on, well, finishing this comic that has been on the back burner for a good while. But 3D is really cool, and making stuff move in 3D is also really fun and cool, and it's a whole science. And I think like learning that alongside doing 2D animation is a great way to understand the craft more. It's super cool. Love it. You do 2D animes, however you're planning to do... No, you do 2D animes, but you are planning to do 3D animation. Neat. I like that. Alright, what we're missing? We're missing the little thingy here. Little ring. Let's see. We want this to be like so. And we hide the panels here. So we get this nice overlap effect, which I am such a sucker for. I love doing those overlaps. Dang, you got lots of ideas going on. Tons of projects. But you're working on them a bit like here and there, or it's like full-on projects. Cool though. Then you're being quite productive as well. I can barely do one thing at a time. Barely. Says I, while also complaining that I can't really do drawing unless I'm also yapping. But that's different. It's different. Right, that's one panel. Then we have spooked character TM for Myller. He's gonna have it. Yeah, refreshing. New panel, new inks. Gonna expand this so I can see the whole character that I'm drawing. Sometimes I'm also my worst enemy in I lost it. I totally lost it, dude. I guess we'll never hear the end of the tale. But I suppose I'm always my worst enemy anyways. No news. Oh yeah, the Yoshi's Island song. Nice. I do enjoy a lot of Yoshi game music. Nintendo music in general. I don't know Yoshi stuff well enough to identify exactly where stuff is from necessarily, but it's always high energy and good vibes, very playful. You compose music? Hey, nice. That is not unrelated to music at all. Look at you guys, all creating so much different medias. That's super cool. I would actually love to dabble with music and stuff myself, but it seems difficult to know where to start, like just program-wise and equipment-wise. And especially like finding something that is open source or free stuff that is possible to make use again. Just popping in tunes. Hey Jimbo, you make comics too? Nice. High cred, much respect to you for going on hiatus to build a backlog. I never managed to make myself do that. I have to make stuff on the spot and upload it right there and then. Got burned out chasing deadlines? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Burnout sucks. Deadlines are necessary, but they are also evil. Hope you recover from that nicely, though. But yeah, take care. It's part of the reason why I have been chasing back to find the joy for drawing has been burnout. Like, I've been suffering from burnout for a good couple of years, but only in a sense. It's just that, like, the joy for making things just dissolved at some point from chasing deadlines and not receiving well enough pay through certain art gigs that I was doing. And I really didn't feel fulfilled from that, so I hated my output. I dislike working with the people. I work with some very nice people too, so they're not all bad, but it was just not good enough for me. It wasn't a good environment in that. For illustrating children's books, felt as if you were expected to just say yes to a deadline, dabble on your own, wherever you are, alone, and then deadline comes and you just deliver the thing. And just that, it didn't feel good. Yeah, well, you're hearing me. I need Yapping. I need some cooperation. And of course they would complain if something wasn't right, but they wouldn't be like, I had instances where I was like, hey, so this part in the script is unclear, or I don't really know what to draw here. And the editor would just say, well, we don't really do direction in a case where I very obviously needed direction. And then they proceeded to complain about the thing I had illustrated, because I was like, okay, well, this thing kind of sucked and I don't know what to draw, but I'll draw the thing that comes to my mind. And they still complain about it. It was like, yeah, you complain now that I drew a thing because you guys didn't want to give me direction. Like, who do you think you are? Are you working with me? Or are you just using me as a slave? So that was a bad one. Do not recommend. FL Studio, let's see. LMLS. Nice. I might check it out. Check out free music software stuffies. But yeah, burnout's no fun. Do not recommend. And recommend not saying yes to stuff that will be regretted. One can't know the first few times, but at one point I was like, alright, this seems nice whenever I say yes to it, but the moment I sit down and I'm supposed to work with it, I hate everything. So why? Maybe I should not say yes. The thought struck me. And it stuck with me. And since then I became way better at saying, no, that's not for me, or no, that's not good enough pay. Monster Explorer, welcome back! I hope Expedition dinner consumption was a success. Equipment is one thing, but music theory is important too. Yeah, well, yes. Yes. I find it hard to explore music, mostly because I don't want to acquire the physical equipment, and so ways to play around with making noise and creating stuff, just tunes, without it, like through some computer program or whatever, where you just click on notes. That's kind of what I would like to have, just to get to know making sound and hear how it works. But yeah, you gotta understand about theory as well, that's true. Delicious success, love to hear it. Now I know for a fact that we're not needing this particular piece. Should I bother? Heh, that's a way to do it. Turning around. Cool, cool. Here we go. You finally have a motive to make what you wanted for a birthday thing? Nice. That's good. Sometimes getting a break helps. Very often getting a break helps. I started out this morning feeling still a bit tired from having yapped all of yesterday. Took some time to do other things that didn't involve work, and felt way better afterwards. So recharge was done. You just manually place the MIDI notes and adjust the automaton. Yeah. That's cool. That's kind of what I would like to do if I was to play around with music. Just throw in some tunes and build something with it. Use the notes as building blocks and see if it becomes something. It fills a vision or maybe creates one. Alright, hide the text. We don't need text. Where we're going. Guys, you're all so creative. Well, people, animators, and musicians. So many kids out there who make stuff. I think the bird grew a beard. Like a dummy. Yeah. Yeah, all you guys doing this music stuff and animation stuff, you guys are cool. It's super cool to be making stuff. I mean, personally, I never realized that myself in terms of like my own craft. I mean, I know I have certain skills within my field, but I never think of it as a very cool or impressive thing. Which to other people who don't do that stuff, it certainly is. It super is. So you guys doing music? That's super cool. We have the woman. Here she is in all her glory. I think I will focus on the outer silhouette first to sort of get the most important prominent shapes for readability, and then I can do some detailing with thinner lines afterwards. That's also a possible way to be working. Can you be a moderator to send links to your songs? No, I prefer keeping my mods tidy. But you can let other people know where to find your stuff if you... I mean, if it's on your channel, you can point them towards your channel. That's fine. But yeah, no links, sorry. We keep a tidy stream with a tidy chat. Also, this shot is ultra funny. I die. I'm not even sure if it's correct. It looks funny. Silly. Hope you can sing again because you really had a chest infection. Ouchie! Yeah, hope you feel better soon. That sounds bad. Sing safely and carefully. Well, I suppose it wasn't necessarily a song injury, it's just what comes with it. Oh, but look at us, we're inking, yes! Favorite part is being savored. I just love that so many of you guys are talking about music. And so many of you guys are even making music. You have to resist making swish noises. Oh. It's like acting in a Star Wars movie and being told that, look, yeah, we do the sound effects, you do the motion. I think there was this one actor who was telling about just slashing his lightsaber and he kept doing the noises. They had to tell him like, cut, alright, can we do it once more without you making the noise? Find that funny. I think I've never, unless it's just some goofy drawing that I'm making purely for jokes or to make a point of something, I don't make like sound effects for it. But that's kind of a lost opportunity of fun right there. It is, of course, only as fun as you make it yourself. Maybe that's my problem. If I start doing sound effects for line strokes, then maybe I stop streaming because I don't need a company to keep me accountable anymore. Oh no. Oy. Alright, that's committed. So the line turns this gray color because I'm transferring the information I'm drawing to the layer below, which is a technique I picked up from some comic guy who supposedly drew some Batman at some point. He has this Clip Studio Paint demo where he shows how he does inking, and I'm not doing quite that stuff, but the transfer down stuff I think I picked up from him. That's really cool. You sub with all your accounts. You have many accounts. Nice. Now try not to get lost. Oh. $200 subs. Wow. $200 subscribers. That's pretty neat. Thank you. I don't know what it was at before. I don't pay attention to the numbers much. That's super cool. Thank you so much for the support. And the company, most importantly. It's super nice. Wait, how's the corset? Right, okay. We got it. Favorite Nintendo song? Heck yeah! Congrats on 200 subs. Thank you! That's sweet. I did not imagine that to happen. That's pretty darn cool. Now, be sure, let's keep the numbers low, just so you can all have the chat yourselves. Not having it run over by chaos and mayhem. If too many people get to know about it, you know, it might stop being a nice place to hang out. But you know, if it gets too cares, you can always visit Twitch. Yeah, I don't like this. What's this hand doing? What is this hand doing? Okay. I'll stop asking and accept that it is handing. Like, I'm not necessarily happy with this, but it kind of sort of does the job. She could do like the pinky out thing. Oh, actually, she might as well do the pinky out. It works better with the silhouette. Are they gonna eat your flesh? Right, what we got? Focus, focus. I have been streaming for 3.5 hours. I am starting to feel it. A bit tired. and I'm barely doing much on this character. We'll get there, we'll get there. And it'll be good. You guys tend to watch much YouTube videos? I ask as someone who barely do, because I mostly don't have much time for it. But I'm curious what kind of entertainment you guys like. Chill streams, obviously. No, bad. This guy has whiskers. That is like the hugest thing that I might forget often on characters, is that they have whiskers. And whiskers make everything difficult whenever I gotta do flat colors or something, so I usually keep them on a different layer. You like the Amazing Digital Circus? I keep hearing about that. Seems like a cool thing. People yell about stuff, things happening online. Adult life moment. Yeah. I feel you. Last episode came out in cinemas. Yeah, I think I had a cousin who went to see that, the finale. He said there were lots of kids, and it was quite interesting to go there, mostly for the people watching and see what crowd in his area who watches it and how they behave. So apparently that was interesting. You like watching number block bands? Cool. Oh, I think I actually could go for lasagna. You inhaled wet cement on accident and got sent to the hospital. Yeah, happens to everyone. Well, that sounds terrible though. Hope you're better now. That number block thing sounds like such a niche. It sounds amazing. Like, one of those things you wouldn't expect there to be a community around. Which is quite cool. There's something for everyone on the internet. Oh no, we're lacking something. Right. I'll be adding this here. and deleting some. That's what we'll do. So we saved it. We saved the world. Let's see. Tired brain is getting disoriented. I have... Yeah, I'm lacking the ribbons. Oh no. Okay, it's gonna be easy. It's... this one goes over here and overlaps there. Like so. Oh, I'm so glad I don't do laces like this too often. I love her design, I love her costume. What was I thinking? Sometimes you feel like you're talking about yourself too much. Yo, that's a vibe. But it's kind of the talk about what you know stuff, right? Sometimes people throw me shit for talking about myself too much. So I feel you. There's a time and place for everything. But I keep questioning that. Like, if it's not okay to talk about like you and what you do and what you like and like what you're interested in because you are interested in it, then the heck are people talking about? Like, I'm not a fan of solving world problems in a closed room where you're like, oh yeah, politics, yep, and government should do this and that, yada yada. That's how they do things properly. That's boring conversation. It's interesting to hear what people are like engaged in, why they like it, what they like doing, all that stuff. That's what's important, I think. But there's always this level of how much do you tune it to be about you when it originally wasn't. So I guess that's maybe the main thing people are thinking of if I, for example, I'm getting someone annoyed at me for talking about myself and my stuff. But it's it's kind of weird. I often end up in situations where I have to meet new people and they're like, so tell me about yourself, what are you doing? And like, well, what do you do for a living? And I'm like being used to the response of like, oh gosh, you're talking about too much about yourself. It's like, oh, now you want to hear. I wasn't prepared for this. I haven't been practicing because it's not acceptable to be practicing. Anyway, that's just a rant, I guess. It's okay to be quiet too. It's super cool that there are people viewing, and I'm like, I'm doing this here for the company and to be able to focus on what I'm doing while yapping. I mean, as long as you've said hi, it's probably you've done as much as is required, or not even expected, but really, it's nice that you say hi, drop in, and just watch, if that's what you like to do. Sometimes I stream just work stuff with friends, and some of them end up being like, oh, I'm sorry that I'm not active, or I'm sorry that I'm being quiet. And it's like, no, you do what's comfortable to you. You do what's your vibe right now. There's no requirement to participate and make a show or anything. We're all safe friends here and adults, so we can do whatever we want. Haha. You lost one of your dogs a few weeks ago. Sorry for your loss. There, okay, we got some hatching. Very nice. You work on a lot of stuff, but it's also very interesting to hear and see other stuff. Yeah. I'm terrible at asking people what they are doing. I sort of just expect people to, if they want to show something, they do. Of course, there's time and space for all those sorts of things. Or time and place, rather. It's funny, whenever I meet new people, I cannot do small talk. I'm just chronically unable to pick up whatever they are saying if I'm asking, so what do you do for a living? Like, what's your job? I ask as a way to try doing small talk, but my brain just can't pick up whatever's being said, so it's just a rude waste of anyone's energy to ask them. Like, I'm baiting them to tell something about themselves that I'm not even interested in, and then I feel awkward for not remembering what was said. That's how it usually goes. So it's much nicer with people who are openly speaking about something. You didn't really ask what they're into or whatever, but they're talking about something that interests them, something that they were working with, and you sort of learn who they are through what they are enthusiastic about. That feels like a good way to get to know people. I like that much better, because like the, oh, so what do you do, is like, yeah, oh, you work with finances, or you're a lawyer, huh? Oh, okay, cool. I am not that crowd. I feel disqualified from having this conversation because I know too little about it and I'm not really interested. Now, I'm having a good time here doing the inks. You work in kitchens for your day job? Oh, wow. Okay, that is actually pretty cool. In the hopefully getting a job at a Gordon Ramsay restaurant. You have huge social problems, so you're grateful you made a lot of friends. An entire friend list on YouTube. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It can be hard to find a crowd that you vibe with and feel safe with, but they do exist. So, congrats. You found one. You found the crowd you like to hang with and talk to. That's wonderful. Working for Gordon Ramsay or washing pots? Hey, you can wash the heck out of those pots. That was, who was I talking to? I had watched I probably talked about it last stream as well, but I was watching through a James Baxter webinar recording. He's a animator dude. Sort of legendary, I'd say. Humble guy, but just super good taste in animation and everything. And he was like, he got the question, oh, what do you do if you work on a film that sucks? Like, what do you do if the script sucks and you're just an animator? He was like, oh, yeah, you just have to find your happy place. You get a shot to animate and you animate the hell out of that shot. Just to keep the joy for it, despite like the troubles that you can't do much about. That's more like large productions. If you're washing pots in the kitchen, you wash the hell out of those pots. Hopefully it's a good kitchen though. I feel like I'm rambling on. Fun thing is that you guys are talking just as much to each other that I can't really keep track because, you know, I'm rambling and putting down lines. So I'm just glancing over at the chat sometimes. But that's super fun that you guys are just having a blast. That's beautiful. Hey, Casey Trans, White Knight. Where were you? I've been missing you on the ba cues from the music. I was waiting for you and you didn't come. You can't tell me. Confidential. I see how it is. Who is she? You're gonna go. Alright, Drop and Rasmus. Thank you for checking out the stream. And have a great day. Or evening, or whatever time it is. It is within work hours, still, barely, for my part. No, I'm not drawing clouds, I'm drawing, I don't know, angry pointer Gurgur matter. Remember to save your progress, folks. Started joking about autism? Oh man. Alright, big man. See you around. Thank you for checking out the stream. Casey, you were at the pool during work hours? Are you for real? Bye to the people who are leaving. Yes! Words! Haven't swiped since you opened the file. Kayaki, what are you doing? Always save. But yeah. I mean, sorry to hear that you're being bullied by, like, about autism. That is a sucky one when people don't understand, like... I mean, if people are bullying because of those things, they clearly don't know the specs of it and don't understand it at all, which is a shame, since they make a bad vibe, bad environment. But feels like autism is just as much about like figuring out what you're good at and coping with how you can have it better, what environments you thrive in. Some people suck and are evil and will be bad vibes, and those guys are not worth anyone's time. So pay no heed to those darn bullies. Autism can be a bitch in that it makes things that are simple for some can be very challenging to understand and stuff. But yeah, you seem to be well on your way to find the crowd you thrive in, and that's really good. So I hope you're proud of that, because that's worth being proud of. You use lasagna to eat a fork? I shall accept that as poetry. I keep giving this guy 2 long legs. Oh, I've been forgetting to look at my secondary window to keep track of like how is it looking. The birds are eating. You're so used to drawing long people. But that's a fun thing with proportion. And it's cool to have a unique style as well. Oh no, birds. Don't go on adventures, please. Do they even have food? I gotta check. While I stretch my legs. I'm feeding the birds. And apparently fighting the birds. There. Birds have been fed. I'm going somewhere soon, so I gotta kind of close off the cage right now. So I'm doing a voluntary stretch to capture the birds. Yeah, losers. They will not get out. Adventure burb. Yeah, no adventure for the birds. I will not be chasing them back in the cage when I am about to head out. No. You rented chickens and cows Airbnb. Was in England, right? When is the stream ending? I'm done when I'm done. No, I have to go somewhere. It is 4:30 right here now. Planning on cutting stream at like 5, somewhere past 5, perhaps. So soonish, actually. About half an hour. Half an hour-ish more. So I will not be managing to finish this page today. But I will have made glorious progress, which is what we like. But yeah, my streams are usually between 3 and 7 hours long, usually. So I do this as like I'm on the clock, sorta. Well, not specifically on anyone's clock, but my own. So this is my work day. You're here watching, looking into the like little capsule of my workspace, basically. Delicious art. Get up and stretch. Nice. Thank you, Casey. I have done my stretching and it was great. All these raggedy sacks of potatoes. This is technically background stuff, but it's sort of kind of the same depth place as the guy. Birds went out. Birds are prison. Alright, then we have cross hatching, or the hatching layer. How's this looking? Yeah, good enough. We have the background, hello, character back. And we got the panels layer. Hide those. Get that tasty overlap, which I love so much. Perfect. Now 20-ish minutes more. I'm gonna throw in those little clouds. Let's see. Well, it technically is the back's background, so I'll use that. Draw in my clouds. Regarding social strategies, I have yet to try a strategy that a boyfriend of a friend of mine had presented, which was his way around it was whenever meeting new people, he would be asking like, what's been your kick lately? Like, what have you been interested in? Just as a way to skip the whole useless small talk bit and jump right to something that might be vaguely or even mildly interesting. These clouds are giving you Hercules? Nice, I think. Yeah, you're right. Hercules is very swoobly stuff. Very swirly. There are lots of swirls in that style. It's crazy. Wonder if Hercules is more or less accurate than Nolan's Odyssey? Well, depends on which Hercules. Are you talking like Disney's Hercules? Disney, yeah. I wouldn't know. I will automatically assume less. Because Disney is not known for its accuracy. I remember I loved that movie in my childhood though. I know nothing about that Nolan. Who's this Nolan you speak of? Ooh, I don't like the splashes here. But technically the ship here is a character. And so we treat it as one. We have an anchor here. Just jumps up. This track. Why is this track so hard to search up on YouTube? Like, whenever I try searching for Street Pass, I get the parade theme, which is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this particular Good Vibesy track. And it just doesn't seem to exist. From what game? This is in the 3DS Street Pass app. You have the area, the part where you actually check who you met today. And that's this one. I'm fairly sure. And for some reason on Street Pass, if I try to search up Street Pass music, all I get is the various parade themes of all the Miis you have collected. You never use that feature. Probably because you didn't have friends with 3DSs to meet. Maybe. Not because you don't have friends, but... You got me, Casey. I'm messing with you. Oh. I'm sorry. I would probably also not have used it much if I didn't have friends with 3DSs. To be fair. Luckily I did have friends whom I could also play Smash 4 with. So that was great. Good times. Alright, now I gotta keep an eye on like what sails and masts I'm drawing. Does this have 3? I think so. It might not be that important. Okay, and then we can relate this. And it looks decent. Yes. There's a pole out there and a pole out here. And what it's attached to, nobody knows, because I don't know my ships. I know there's a crow's nest somewhere up here, perhaps. And a platform, perhaps there. And some platforms there and here, and I don't really know. This is me pretending that I know how ships work. And no one will catch me. There, perfect. Now putting this on the cross-hatching layer just to make it easier for myself to color it in. Because while I do like nitty-gritty details, they usually get in the way for coloring with ease. There's also tons of ropes here that we for sure don't need. But you gotta show where the rat lines are going, right? And it just has to look convincing as a ship. I think we got the general ship shape down. Noodle Dragon is officially inked. Nice. Good job, Kayaki. What's a noodle dragon? That's a long dragon. Long like a noodle. What will I do if my comic blows up? I'll probably go into hiding. Or buy a house. One of those. Would be nice though. I mean, this project has been something I've been working on for the last couple of years, so it would be real cool if more people got to see it, and if it happened to do very well, that would be great. Way back when I made the first book, that one had just come out, and I am not quite. I mean, I love being social, I love yapping, but I'm not good with lots of circumstances with just mingling with strangers and presenting myself. Super uncomfortable. But as a way to promote the comic work, I had said yes to lots of things like attending festivals and talking about my comic, but for me it became very uncomfortable in that I'm talking about something that isn't really done yet. And I was saying yes to attending things that ended up getting in the way of my further development of the project, which didn't feel very good. I felt very stressed out. So yeah, I'm not really one to enjoy too much attention in that regard. So yeah, I mean, if the comic blows up, perhaps I'll play louder on the Don't You Know Who I Am, which is a running joke among my friends. Now let's see, I don't like how this looks. It had more personality in the previous one. I see what I've done here? So this is the fine sketch, the dark pink. The initial doodle goes higher up and is uneven. So my clean sketch is basically this shape, while the previous covers a more dynamic ground, and I find the original one to be more appealing. So I'll be basing my clean colors from that, I think. This could probably also be solved with color. You can also see me cheating using the liquify tool. Yeah, shape dynamics in these kinds of things. It's nice when stuff don't feel straight or static. Some movement is always nice, and unevenness that don't look too recognizable as a pattern. That makes sense. You almost have 24k subs. That's pretty radical. Sounds like you're doing well. Congrats. Should you make number block 24,000? Yes, you should. Why shouldn't you? Now, looks good. I'm not sure about these here. They don't really seem that necessary. I will ignore them for the moment. And we got this one. Wait, did that land on the background layer? Background layer. There we go. Not the character layer, but the backgrounds. Alright, characters up. Myller, what did you get yourself into? Perhaps my biggest enemy is getting too far ahead of myself. "5 p.m. alarm." Yeah, it is 5. Do you know where your children are? Ah, Kayaki, that looks so nice. Good job on the inking. $16 for you? Yeah. Oh, this is funny. Funny face. Love it. Only 11 for you? Good morning. Yeah, time zones are weird. Maybe I'll go with the bigger strokes in this one as well. Just to feel that it's more inked than if I do the nitty-gritty small stuff first. Miss Bunny's having rage. 9 p.m. Miss or miss? It's a missus. She's the pirate captain's missus. Yeah, I'll probably leave in 10 minutes or so. You do your best drawing when it's real late and quiet. Yeah, something about the vibe. Lately, I've been doing drawing that excites me way too much to do it late, which is refreshing because daytime is really the time where I should be doing art. Oh, she's looking so angry. Look at her. Oh, cutie. I really enjoyed writing this short scene because I really enjoy this character. And hopefully she'll get stuff to do in the next book as well. But right now she's just finding out that some of the crew is planning to get rid of her kids. And she will have none of that. Other people knocking around in the building bothers you? Yeah. That's why in my quest for finding somewhere to live that I could own, I'm feeling that I don't think I would like to live in a block. Like in an apartment building. I don't like neighbors sharing my roof. At least not too many of them. You came back from the grave. Welcome back, big man. Don't worry, I will be leaving soon. My people needs me. By the way, I will say this because this particular track, it was never credited that it's a Kirby track covered by the YouTube star Poop Poop Fart, who makes really good musical covers of game soundtracks. Seems like a very cool guy. A very skilled artist. This guy is so well sketched out. He could be animated. My thick inks are going to sort of ruin that look, but he lives in this recording. Poor guy. Grabbed by the snoot. But this is... I don't know what sparks joy about this, but it sparks joy. It's so clearly laid out. I try not to force myself to really sketch out in detail if it doesn't feel engaging. But whenever I happen to sketch out stuff really well, like make the drawings clear so that I know exactly where to put my lines, makes inking such a breeze. I love that part. Luke Jansen remix game next music. Nice. Oh, look at the guy. Poor man. You're back. Nice. Oh, you made your thing already. Cool. Good job. quick. I think I'm gonna just fill this in. Good, good. Big man, you forgot the sub? Whoa. Why though? Alright, can we manage to get this woman done? Before I have to go. Oh, look at that hair flow. He's doing things. Very nice. Big girl. Almost done with your art too. Sweet. All in a good day's work. Oh, never mind. I can't get this line right. Ha. Good enough. That's where it lands. That's where it gets. Is the monkey looking thing in the corner my OC? You mean the talking... the yapping avatar? It is a sample of my self-representation. I am wearing a yellow sweater and a pink beanie. On occasion. So it's a me. It's sometimes how I dress. And I tend to, whenever I draw myself, I tend to draw me looking stupid. There was something about, I think I was just not compelled to do much effort, and so it had to become just this silly puppet-like thing. I'm thinking of updating it, but it is funnier if it's simple. Oh no, I did some bad. Fixing. There we go. All good. Oh, big man. Do you sting? You might draw fan art? Oh, that's sweet. I mean, if you're on Blue Sky or anywhere, you gotta tag me if you do. I mean, technically, all these creatures are also my OCs. But they're not my sonas, if you will. I've been trying to make like a persona or something, but I can manage. Would like to have one, but I'm so used to the human-based representation that I can't really think of any. Got a bland mind. Can you tag me in your art posts? Yeah, sure. Alright, we got a woman. Oh boy, do we got a woman. But she's not complete. This is the danger of like doing only the rough stuff. The details tend to disappear. I want these lines, which I have been skipping because they too make coloring hard. Alright, once I'm done with this, I'm done. Forever. With this part. I will be streaming again. Most likely. Nice. Then we have, I'm not sure what this part is, but it's probably important. And then we got the effects layer. Whoops. You guys have had foods that are delicious, but you hardly eat it. Yes. I like Korean corn dogs, and they are a crime. I do not have the conscience to eat it. Alright, we got the woman, we got the guy. And the guy's in trouble. Now the only thing that's really lacking is her in this picture. Yeah, girl, I left you out. You have to wait till next time. Or till I get back from home. I also gotta remember to add whiskers everywhere. Like this. Probably not on the fingers though. Okay, whiskers was such a small job. It's not that hard. I say as I undo every whisker. Oh dear. Alright, whiskers done. Girl, you gotta wait till next time. Lovely. Great. Great work today, guys. This is what we accomplished. Almost a full page of inks. And a bunch of sketching. That looks fairly ready for inks too. So that's pretty neat. We had progress. Yay! And with that, I'm gonna leave. I've been at it for almost 5 hours. So that's a solid day of work for my kind. I cannot manage an 8-hour shift. I mean, there are tons of unhappy people in this world, and I'm quite sure half of them could have a better life if they were allowed to have shorter shifts. What was that about solving world problems in a closed room? So anyway, I'm leaving. I'm done for now. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. It's been a blast. I've never had this many people on the stream on YouTube before, so that's been super great. And I wish everyone a good night, day, morning, all those good times. And I'll hopefully see you later. Bye bye.